explain scientifically how this is done. And in fact, you can give a quiz also. So people do research, they learn. And if they give right answers, you can give them a prize.
Finance Commission also
Because the board objection.
We're on the same floor, मेरे साथ ही है बंदा.
One is Wise and Games we have introduced this time. Even I think in Vijnanic or science literature also you can do.
First floor पे ही हम लोग.
Every year we think of something new. I think we should think of that, especially taking into account the digital nature of the media. What is more suitable which you could not do without this media? Right? Physically would not be as good. Just think especially about this format.
उस समय वो शायद श्रीलंका गई थी.
So I remember more because that time we are seeking such suggestions. Those people who have not experienced, they won't be able to create that. So if those suggestions come, then that will be great. Because we are searching for trainers also. Those who will be able to create those things. Normally people have understood that creating a Zoom link and having a that's the online
issue to hold some interest. Because especially in Zoom link, there is a danger of people
But then
even more so than physical, because there is some stimulation also from the environment, and you know, a lot of people, you talk to your friends, they will just leave and so some strong way of holding them there.
I worked with her very closely for this Commonwealth Games, because I was a trustee. बस वो हमने डेट साल किसी तरह से काटा.
whereby they will be able to
Yeah, they should be well saved and have some experience there, not just listen to people. Yeah, some ritual practices has to be created. And also have some walk through the museums. Good museums where people should walk and explain to them. Then also can make sure that people learn something from there. Always have a quiz at the end and give some questions. So that they will try to remember.
Traveling, taking.
we are thinking of virtual labs to
But the only thing was that she was a brilliant officer, only for
they would be able to make different things. But here we can enter their labs.
ज़्यादा बोले थोड़ा सा
We
माइंड
can
रखते
actually go to those places.
And then you have like scientists explain to them what is going on here, and then you have a quiz. Which every program should terminate with a quiz. So you say, okay, if you don't learn, then you will not be able to reply.
वो एपिसोड हुआ था.
I can say, the people who perform very well in these quizzes, they got the jointly their participation in the next one. They will be invited to the next one.
आदरणीय विज्ञान, प्रौद्योगिकी, पृथ्वी विज्ञान, स्वास्थ्य और परिवार कल्याण मंत्री डॉक्टर हर्षवर्धन जी, CSR सोसाइटी के उपाध्यक्ष भी हैं। माननीय विज्ञान और प्रौद्योगिकी मंत्री मध्य प्रदेश श्री ओम प्रकाश सप्रेजा जी, एवं उपस्थित सभी वरिष्ठ अधिकारीगण, वीडियो पे हमारे साथ जुड़े हुए सभी प्रयोगशालाओं के निदेशक महोदय, डॉक्टर भाटकर विज्ञान भारती के जो हमारे मेंटर हैं, जयंती सहस्रबुद्धे विज्ञान भारती के जो नेशनल ऑर्गेनाइजिंग सेक्रेटरी है, और सभी पत्रकार बंधु, आपका सबका स्वागत है आज के इस कर्टन फंक्शन में। जैसे कि आपको पता है कि गए 5 साल से इंडिया इंडस्ट्रियल साइंस फेस्टिवल होते जा रहा है भारत में, और इसकी परिकल्पना माननीय मंत्री जी ने हम सब लोगों के सामने में रखी थी 2015 में कि क्यों न विज्ञान की उपलब्धियां जो है वो हम समाज के सामने में एक उत्सव के तरह ले आए। और पहला जो उत्सव हुआ था जो IIT दिल्ली में हुआ था, जो DDC ने आयोजित किया था उसको, उसके बाद लगातार 5 साल बहुत हर्ष से, बहुत उल्लास से ये उत्सव मनाया जा रहा है पूरे देश में। और इसका कुछ अलग ही रूप हो गया है कि जैसे कि जिन लोगों ने पिछले साल कलकत्ता में ये उत्सव अटेंड किया था, उन्हें पता होगा कि वहाँ पे कितना खुश होता है उस जगह पे, कितने सारे देश भर के बच्चे आते हैं, कितने देश भर के वैज्ञानिक आते हैं, वहाँ की लोकल जनता वहाँ पे आती है, और सब लोगों में होश पाया जाता है कि विज्ञान की तरफ, और स्पेशली जो हमारे भारत का विज्ञान जो है, जो अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर हमें दिखाने का जो
Council community of practice, we can go much further when we are together. In 2020, we have much unfinished business when it comes to HIV prevention. The number of new HIV infections remains unacceptably high, 1.7 million new infections last year. Among key population groups, like people who inject drugs, gay men, and other men who have sex with men, new infections are increasing rather than declining. Key populations now account for 62% of all new infections. In Southern Africa, between 50 to 70% of all sex workers are living with HIV, and 10% get newly infected every year. These are unacceptably high levels. And you know only too well the shocking numbers regarding infections amongst adolescent girls and young women. In sub-Saharan Africa, 4,500 adolescent girls and young women between the ages of 15 and 24 years old are becoming infected with HIV every week. This breaks my heart. These are our daughters. Young women accounted for 24% of new infections in 2019, 1/4 of new infections, despite making up only 10% of the population in sub-Saharan Africa. We are failing our girls. We must turn this around. At UNAIDS, we welcome the scientific breakthroughs that offer the promise of more tools and options for HIV prevention, like the news a few weeks ago of results showing that long-acting injectable medicines are highly effective in preventing HIV among women. That's a game changer for young women. These scientific breakthroughs must be accompanied by urgent work to tackle the human rights issues and the many barriers, social barriers, educational, economic, and legal. These barriers that increase the vulnerability to HIV and hinder access to information and services for our girls and for all the vulnerable or the groups at risk. I urge you to heed my call today for bold leadership to stop new HIV infections. Leadership from governments, the Global Fund, and other international donors to find the resources for adequate scale and impact of proven HIV prevention interventions. This is, you can say to me, easier said than done in this current context, but we must continue insisting and prioritizing those most left behind. Leadership to take action on the critical legal and policy changes to empower our girls and young women, men and young boys, and key populations to access and use prevention, treatment, and care services. This isn't hard to do. This is about governments working with other partners to turn around, particularly legal, to achieve legal reform, but to tackle social norms as well. Leadership by civil society organizations to engage meaningfully in the design, implementation, and monitoring of national HIV prevention responses, and to hold governments and donors accountable for delivering joint commitments. As part of this renewed effort, I assure you that this is what UNAIDS will do. We will maintain a focus on HIV prevention as a core element of our next strategy. This I guarantee to you. It will feature with more prominence in the new strategy. We will continue leading, supporting the Global Prevention Coalition together with UNFPA and support its further expansion and partnerships during the coming 5 years. That's our commitment. We will work closely with you and with the Global Fund to ensure that resources committed in country grants support strategically focused, evidence-based and impactful HIV prevention programs. We will line up our capacity to support this. No dollar must be wasted. We will ramp up our work to end the inequalities and the harmful policies and practices that fuel the HIV pandemic. In the past, we've not invested enough in tackling social norms. Now we must, because they are barriers, because they stop people from accessing the science that is there. We will promote sexual and reproductive health and rights for all. In this, we will join UNFPA and push hard for sexual and reproductive health and rights in our region. We will step up work to eliminate gender-based violence, restrictive laws, stigma, and discrimination. We will bring the strength of our knowledge and expertise in responding to the HIV epidemic to inform and support the response to COVID-19 as well. We can never stop being outraged by the injustices of HIV. It's been a long battle, but AIDS remains unfinished business. And we see some institutions, some leaders turning their attention away. We fight to keep attention to this disease. We need to recommit today to delivering on everyone's right to a future free of HIV, to delivering on their right to health. Thank you very much, and I look forward very much to this morning's discussions. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms. Janima, for excellent remarks. Thanks for its leadership for ensuring HIV priority in the new global strategy and for its continuous support for implementation after COVID. I now call upon the Executive Director of the Global Fund, TB and Malik. Vital, can you hear?
I'm afraid we have lost Peter from the list of participants. He's trying to reconnect, I understand.
Okay. So until Sans is able to connect, now let me call up Mr. Sharma Charad, who will share the perspective and priorities of population communities for HIV from civil society. Apologies if I pronounced your name.
The chair is calling upon Sharma Charanjit to please take the floor, please. If you could raise your hand.
Thank you. Good afternoon from Delhi. Namaste. My name is Charan Sharma, a founding member of the Indian Drug User Forum, now as advisor to the board member, and as day job, I work with the Alliance India, looking after the harm reduction program. Chairperson, Honorable Minister of Health, Dr. Leah, respected Executive Director of UNAIDS and Global Fund, distinguished delegates, ladies, gentlemen, and most importantly, my peers of people who use drugs and other key population. It is indeed a remarkable moment for a community of people who use drugs, have the privilege and the opportunity to share a few words for this important meeting today. Believe me, this happens very rarely for a drug user to be among the important personality for an opening remark. Truly and sincerely thank GPC for this. I have been part of the National AIDS Control Program since 2000, but on the other side of the fence as a beneficiary or who was receiving needle syringe and buprenorphine from the European Commission funded program. Prevention strategies have evolved over the years as patterns and uses of drugs has changed, so as the need to address it. Besides the traditional program implementation, social media is also playing an important role in an attempt to reach the last mile, leave no one behind, or achieving 90, 90, 90. No doubt, as no doubt, treatment as prevention is effective strategy, and we're looking forward to community-based test and treat, self-testing. We would also like to see increase in mobile vans providing OST, whether it is buprenorphine or methadone, sporadically. Newer ways of increased access to ART and care. The NACO has done commendable efforts to reaching out to ensure care and support treatment and harm reduction services are accessible and uninterrupted in controlling and bringing down the prevalence of HIV among people who inject drugs and other key populations. The community voice and participation has been key to the success of the response in India. And we will need to continue to strengthen it, and we will. Having said that, let me share something interesting. The number of people who inject drugs or people who use drugs are increasing, so as the countries. Now, 179 of 206 countries and territories have reported of PWID estimated of about 15.6 million, 31 new compared to 2008. So the numbers are increasing no matter what efforts are being put into the supply and demand reduction. So it was 148 about 12 years back. Of the total, about 18% of the injecting drug users are HIV positive. 53% of them are viral hepatitis positive. And very sadly, 58% have the history of incarceration. People who inject drugs already stigmatized and discriminated population. COVID-19 added another layer, compounding the existing situation, making it more challenging. The community, along with the National AIDS Control Program, UNAIDS, and other development partners, ensure services are delivered to the community, like essential services of ART, OST, NSP, even naloxone, even at the doorstep. The State Drug User Forum continues to provide essential harm reduction services during this period. With multi-month dispensing of ART and take-home doses, an advisory issued by the NACO to provide a week-long doses so that people have uninterrupted services. It is important to mention that the role of the community has been exemplary in this difficult time. Take-home doses of OST now must be recommended and include in the WHO UN input comprehensive list of harm reduction services. I have been on buprenorphine for the last 8 to 9 years, and without the help of take-home doses, I won't be in a position to attend this kind of meeting that is being held, or in fact uh, the presence of mine in UNDRAS 2016 advocating for the community of people who use drugs. It was not at all. It was not at all possible without the buprenorphine access. Widespread criminalization and punishment of people who use drugs still continues. It is extremely difficult to get HIV and hepatitis C treatment to people when they are incarcerated, detained, or hiding from services for fear of getting arrested by law enforcement. Existing policies which hinder needs urgent detoxification for friendlier and new regulated policies. We need to urgently take a call to decriminalize drug use for personal consumption. How can we end AIDS or prevent Hep C when we can't get HIV and Hep C treatment to people who need it most? We can't end AIDS, HIV, Hep C until we scale up harm reduction services and recognize communities' contribution to it. Without doubt, we witness the drastic change when community is involved. The action, the ownership, commitment, enthusiasm is explicitly evident that people who inject drugs are the frontline responder even before COVID-19, during COVID-19, and will continue to do so. We need to seriously emphasize on meaningful engagement of people who inject drug in programs at local, state, uh, national, regional, and global levels to make more impactful. Networks and forums should be funded alongside with harm reduction program. Political commitment and domestic funding are crucial for HIV prevention programs. We no longer only depend on global fund or other donor institutions. I would sincerely request and urge UNAIDS, Global Fund, National HIV Program to fund and support the network of people who use drugs or inject drugs at local, state, national, regional, globally. This is what we have learned during COVID-19. We are here to work hand in hand with the government, with UN, WHO, to address the issues and concerns collectively. For this, we need to draw a very realistic plan for better uh, cooperation and collaboration. With the result, you will not be disappointed. If we have to seriously follow the roadmap of 2021 2025, then we also need to seriously map the missing people who inject drugs and people who use drugs. There's no debate required that harm reduction certainly save lives. I rest my case to the learned audience to decide. Thank you and appreciate your time.
Many thanks, Mr. Sharajit, for highlighting the remaining gaps in the HIV prevention report and reiterating that to meaningfully engage the civil society as a critical partner. I now see Mr. Peter Sanz in the chat box that is available. Put his mic on.
Thank you, and I hope you can hear and see me now, and apologies for any difficulties. So thank you, first of all, to the Honourable Chair, the Honourable Minister from Ethiopia, Leah Tadessa. Thank you also to Winnie Bayama of UNAIDS and to the Speaker, Charan Sharma, who I thought shed some very valuable insights into the challenges around preventing HIV with people who inject drugs. I just want to make a few quick observations. First, as a founding member of the Global HIV Prevention Coalition, we absolutely welcome the 4th annual progress report. However, we should all look at this report in a very sort of sobering light, because although it marks progress, it also highlights the fact that we are not on track to achieving our 2030 goals. And we weren't on track even before COVID, and with COVID, we face even more acute challenges. So I think this meeting is incredibly timely. It's an opportunity to take stock and an opportunity to really think through what we need to do differently to get back on track and to bring this epidemic to an end. Part of this is about money, and the Global Fund invested about 800 million in HIV prevention in the 2018 to 2020 grant cycle, the cycle that is just about to end, which is approximately 14% of the total spending of the Global Fund on HIV. As we look forward, I would like to see that number 800 million in the next 3-year cycle to be over $1 billion. Ultimately, the prioritization of HIV spending in the grants is up to the CCMs, to the countries themselves. But I think we all recognize that we need to be putting more resources behind prevention. And given that on average, HIV grants in this new cycle are increasing by over 23%, it should be perfectly possible to get the number of the amount dedicated to HIV prevention to be increased more than 23%, and thus we reach a total of more than $1 billion. However, simply increasing the money isn't going to be enough. We need to improve collectively the effectiveness with which that money is spent. And I think that one of the things that is critical here is to get more precise and targeted and tailored in our prevention programming. We all know that the needs of different key populations are extremely distinct, and also that they vary from country to country depending upon the context. And Charan Sharma's discussion of the issues faced in the areas of harm reduction and OST are a really good example of that. Getting our interventions on prevention more precision-based, more targeted, and more effective requires a couple of things to be true. One is we need collectively even better disaggregated and timely data so as to be able to understand really where the issues are. And second is we need very effective mechanisms for engaging with the affected communities and enabling them to play a leadership role in designing and delivering the prevention interventions. It's not going to be successful if we do it on a very broad, undifferentiated basis. It's not going to be successful if it's always the government that is the actor. That means, for example, that social contracting is a critical part of the policy levers that government uses to be able to engage and empower communities to take prevention activities within their own spheres. A second thing I think we need to get better at doing is our use of the tools. And this is both new tools and existing tools. When he mentioned the long-acting PrEP, this is a good example of one of the newer tools that we need to work out how to deploy at scale to increase the effectiveness of our prevention activities. But it's not the only one. If we think about self-testing, there's a range of new tools, both already available and coming down the pipeline. And one thing I think we should learn from the COVID experience is the virtues of speed, of when we've got a new tool, how do we get it to the people who need it fast and at scale and with appropriate technical assistance and guidance rapidly. But we shouldn't only focus on the new tools. There's opportunities to use existing tools more effectively as well. And one good example is condoms. Certainly at the Global Fund, we think that there is significant potential to enhance the marketing, the communication around, the delivery, the distribution, and ultimately the utilization of condoms. They are a very important part of the armory in fighting HIV infection, particularly when we start thinking about the role of high-risk young men. And that's why we have launched for the new grant cycle a catalytic fund specifically focused on helping countries enhance the effectiveness of their condom strategies. So more money is needed, more precision is needed, more emphasis on rapid scale-up of innovation is needed. But the other thing that's absolutely needed is policy, and particularly policy when it comes to addressing human rights and other types of barrier to access to health services. In some countries, we have actually gone backwards in the context of COVID. In one way or another, and often mainly inadvertently, barriers and stigmatization of key populations has increased over the last several months. We need to reverse that because we are simply not going to make progress on HIV prevention if the communities that are most at risk cannot get access to the services that they need. Winnie made the point that we have two colliding pandemics, COVID-19 and HIV. And this is both a massive challenge to us all. And I applaud the leadership of heads of national AIDS programs, of health ministers, of partners in responding to this crisis. And certainly when you look back at some of the early analysis of the immediate impact of COVID-19 on the fight against HIV/AIDS, I think we have averted some of those worst case scenarios. But I also don't think we should be at all complacent. The reality is we have been knocked off course, and it's probably the prevention aspect of the fight against HIV that has been most damaged by COVID. So we have to mitigate the damage, and that requires resource and precision and collaboration of an intensity that we have never seen before. But we should also learn the lessons from what we have seen over the last several months in fighting COVID and in acting together to mitigate the damage on HIV. To start with, the collaboration, frankly, has been better over the last several months than it was before. Let's make sure we can sustain that kind of collaboration as we go forward. The attitude towards innovation has been more open, more willing to take risks than we have typically seen. Let's make sure we have that same speed of movement. And in general, that sense of urgency is there. The reality is we should have the same sense of urgency. If you think about how many people are being infected every month, time really matters in HIV prevention. And so we should treat it as a crisis in the way that we have been doing with COVID-19. And we should also learn the lessons and adopt the approach around data. The reality is that we have created collectively on COVID-19 an ability to produce disaggregated, timely data, which we haven't managed to do in 40 years of fighting HIV. We should take that as a challenge upon ourselves to say, if we can do this for COVID in a short time frame, why can't we do it for HIV? Because the reality is when you get very detailed disaggregated data on a daily basis, it changes the way you respond and act. Another observation I would take, and this is a personal learning from my involvement in the ACT Accelerator, is that there is massive benefit from taking an end-to-end perspective around the product development pipeline all the way through to launch and deployment. And I think perhaps in the HIV community, we don't reach far enough up into the product development pipeline to ensure we're influencing and steering the new tools that are coming down and ensuring that we're preparing for their effective deployment when they come out. But the final thing that I would say as a lesson from COVID-19 is about finishing the job. At the moment, everybody is talking in the context of COVID-19 about the importance of ensuring that we leave no one behind in the battle against COVID-19, that no one is safe until everyone is safe, and that we need global deployment of vaccine therapeutics and diagnostics. The reality is, in the last big pandemic to hit humanity, HIV/AIDS, we have left people behind. We all know we have left people behind. The key populations are left behind. And we need to take the approach towards COVID-19, the new focus on global health in the world, as a stimulus and as an imperative to say, not only should we not leave anyone behind in fighting this new pathogen, but let's finish the fights that we have left unfinished. And above all, with HIV, let's finish this fight, leave no one behind. And the starting point of doing that is to stop new infections. And that's why I think this meeting could not be more timely or important. Thank you. I'll hand back to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Peter Sands, for this clear and bold message on the way forward, engaging all stakeholders. And we do thank the Global Fund's immense support and strong leadership in our efforts to end AIDS as a public health threat by 2030. I will now hand over to the facilitator, Mr. Mahesh, to guide us through the next section of today's agenda. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. In the next session, we will hear a few perspectives on the implementation of the 2020 HIV prevention roadmaps. We'll have a global overview, we'll have a perspective from civil society, a country case, and findings of an external review. First, I would like to call upon Dr. Paula Munderi to give us highlights from the 4th Annual Progress Report of the Global Prevention Coalition. Mr. Peter Sands just referred to that in his intervention a few minutes ago, and we will be providing you, Paula will be providing you with more more insights. Paula, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mahesh. Good morning, everyone. We are very pleased this morning to be sharing with you highlights from the 4th Annual Progress Report of the Global Prevention Coalition. Let me start by saying a big thank you to colleagues in each Global Prevention Coalition country for the contributions you've made to this year's progress report, by documenting and validating program data, and by participating in the annual survey. You gave generously of your time, and we thank you. Thank you, teammates in UNAIDS and UNFPA country offices, the National AIDS Commissions, technical departments of ministries, implementing partners, and civil society. In the next slide, we see a map of the GPC countries and a summary of really what the broader Global Prevention Coalition consists of. But the focus this morning really is the member countries of the GPC. Our countries, most of them in low and middle income countries, carry the highest burden of new HIV infections. Collectively, 75% of the global burden of new HIV infections. In the 3 years since the GPC was formed, however, we have made significant strides in advancing country action plans on HIV prevention. Let's start by looking at the global picture. It's a sobering picture, as has just been referred to by the leadership of the Global Fund. UNAIDS estimates that there were 1.7 million new HIV infections in 2019, and this is 3 times the global target, 3 times where we should be by 2020, which is coming down to less than 500,000 new infections annually. In the next slide, we show a summary of the changes in new HIV infections in GPC countries. By 2019, we should have achieved a 68% reduction from the 2010 baseline. Eswatini, with a 64% decline, has come close to this milestone. In another 10 GPC countries, new infections decreased by 34% or more, and reductions remain slower in other countries. In Angola and Pakistan, new infections have increased, so progress in the GPC countries has been quite varied. In the next slide, the report will take us back to the scorecard of the Global Prevention Coalition that we have been monitoring. Referring to the 2016 commitments of the high-level UNGA meeting, these were the program targets that the global community committed to. So we committed to 90% program coverage for adolescent girls and young women and key populations everywhere. On the right-hand side of the column, we see what targets have been achieved by the end of 2019. So 41% of high incidence locations have comprehensive programs for adolescent girls and young women. In terms of key populations, program coverage at the end of 2019 was 44% for sex workers, 30% for men who have sex with men, and 34% for people who inject drugs. We have achieved 56% of the condom distribution need in 2019, and at the end of 2019, an additional 15 million voluntary male medical circumcisions against a target for 2020 of an additional 25 million procedures. And while the commitment was to have an additional 3 million people at high risk of HIV on pre-exposure prophylaxis, at the end of 2019, from the global data we have, the people accessing PrEP are 590,000. The next slide shows what has now become familiar to us in the monitoring. It is a broad summary of where we are on the 10-point action plans that Global Prevention Coalition countries committed to in terms of implementing 10 strategic actions to support HIV prevention programs. Starting with 2017, we can see that a good number of these actions had not yet been implemented. But in the next slide, by 2020, as seen by a lot more green bars in the country columns, we have, next slide, please, Sud. No, the previous slide. Yes. We have a lot more countries in the green zone. I would like to draw your attention to the highlighted areas. Where we still have gaps is in getting adequate data on key populations to enable planning of programs. Where we also still have gaps is in the legal and policy reforms that are required to enable good programming, particularly for key populations. In this year's survey, we also note that a majority of countries have yet to elaborate good capacity building and technical assistance plans. And notably on the strategic action number 7, which is the social contracting mechanism, not all countries have effective social contracting mechanism, and this is certainly a gap that we should all look at going forward. In the next slide, being this year, we need to take account of the fact that the COVID-19 epidemic and the HIV response, the effect of the COVID-19 epidemic on the HIV response. We have concerns. We have concerns about sustaining commodity supply chains for HIV prevention, such as condoms and lubricants, safe injection commodities, and even family planning commodities. We have concerns about continued access to testing and ARV-based prevention methods and opioid substitution treatments. We have concerns about disruption of peer-led outreach and support functions to support HIV prevention, and also on the impact of lockdowns on education and social support services, or the effect of the economic downturns during COVID on increasing HIV vulnerability, for example, through an increase in transactional sex behaviors. In this year's report, on the next slide, we have started to document, next slide please, Sued. We have started to document HIV prevention programs during COVID-19 and some of the country adaptations that you as member states are making. It's not very clear on these slides, but we do see, for instance, that countries are starting to make adaptations on commodity supply, long-term supply, to provide long-term supply. And they're making adaptations on community outreach into digital spaces to enable these support functions to continue. These were just a few highlights from the report, which we will shortly be circulating and sharing with all of you. Once again, I would like to thank everybody for having contributed to the progress report, and I am looking forward to the next phase of the discussion, which is hearing back from you and your own assessment on where we are and where we need to be going in the country action plans.
Thank you very much, Paula, for sharing the findings of the report and highlighting especially the gaps in reaching key populations and the policy environment, as well as talking about the adaptations in the HIV prevention implementation during COVID-19. I now invite Christine Stegling, the Executive Director of Frontline AIDS, to walk us through the findings from a civil society perspective and from the shadow reports that you've been collecting and give us an assessment of how you think countries are doing on HIV prevention. Christine, over to you.
Thank you, Mahesh. Oh, sorry, I'm very low.
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Good. And thank you, Paula. Thank you, all the participants, honorable ministers. I will just say, all protocol observed. I'm very happy to speak here this morning. It's been 3 years since the launch of the roadmap. So this meeting really provides us with a critical moment. Please, can you be on the first slide? This meeting really provides us with a critical moment to take stock of the progress that has been made and to identify the challenges that remain, and many of the previous speakers have already started doing that. The world looks different today than it looked 3 years ago. We can see that even in the way that we are meeting virtually rather than in person. But some things, unfortunately, haven't changed. They remain the same. Many of you have spoken about it, new HIV infections among key populations and adolescent girls and young women remain stubbornly high. And in some regions and among some communities, such as people who use drugs, infections are increasing, as Charan noted already this morning. We're still not making real progress on the difficult issues, like financing community-led responses or dismantling harmful laws and policies. We need to tackle these issues to end the crisis in HIV prevention. Next slide, please. So each year, Frontline Aid supports community organizations to develop HIV prevention shadow reports. These reports are done in addition to the scorecards that Paula just reported on. This year, we developed reports in 7 countries. You can see them noted here: Kenya, Malawi, Mozambique, Nigeria, Uganda, Ukraine, and Zimbabwe. There's a big echo. Can I do it?
Christine, go ahead. We are not hearing it. You're not able to hear. The interpreters are not able to hear us. So let's just hold on for a second. We'll try and get the echo sorted.
Can I?
Christine, just hold on. Is there an echo for the interpreters, please? Are you hearing an echo? Okay. It comes and goes. It comes and goes. So if you could speak slowly and closer to the microphone, probably we'll solve it. Christine, just go ahead, please. Christine, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, go ahead. Is your speaker on mute at the moment? That could be one way of reducing the echo.
My speaker. How would I do that?
Is it better now? Okay, why don't you keep speaking, Christine, and if the problem persists, we will call upon you to pause for a minute, but please do go ahead.
Okay. It's just sad if I'm saying all of this, but half of the participants can't hear me. I don't know how to mute my speaker. If somebody just could tell me what to do, I will do it.
Okay, you don't need to do anything, I'm told. Just keep speaking slowly.
Okay. So
just hold on. No, we're not able to hear you. Just hold. My apologies to everyone. We will try and get this sorted in a minute. I'm not able to understand what is required here. So give us a minute and we'll be right back with you. Thank you. Good morning, everyone, again. The problem, Christine, seems to be that your sound is breaking. May I suggest that you turn your video off? It looks like it's because of a poor internet connection reception at our end from your side. So if you could turn your camera off, but and continue to speak, it might make it more audible. So let's try that and see if that works. Christine, over to you.
So, Mahesh?
Christine, go ahead. With your camera off, please.
Sorry?
Christine, we can hear you. We're going to try and see if we go with your presentation with your camera off. So if you could turn your camera off, but continue speaking through your computer. Yes, please. And we hope this might solve the issue. Go ahead, Christine.
Okay, I will continue then. So, as I said, every year Frontline AIDS does gather reports that are in addition to the reports that Paula just gave an overview over. I have just told you we did it in 7 countries this year. They are noted here on your screen. Next slide, please. So what are the shadow reports telling us? First thing they're saying to us, and you have already heard reference to it, especially from Winnie this morning, is that strengthening political leadership at all levels is critical. Countries with civil society advocates could easily name political leaders that are championing HIV prevention have seen the greatest progress. We see that in countries such as Kenya, Uganda, and Zimbabwe. In countries where we lack champions for HIV prevention, progress has been much slower. And that is a gap in leadership that we must address on our next roadmap. Next slide. The next thing are telling us that many countries have made minimal progress when it comes to policy and legal barriers. Again, both Winnie and Peter have spoken about the fact that this is important and it's crucial to making any real change. Progress in tackling policy gaps and legal barriers has been minimal with a few exceptions. So, for example, Zimbabwe is close to passing a new law which will decriminalize HIV transmission and has developed new national guidelines for alcohol and substance use, which reference harm reduction. Changes. Oh, sorry. Can you please change the slide?
Yeah, Christine. Before we move on to the slide, we have a suggestion for you, if it's possible for you to do. On the bottom of your screen, there should be a icon for your speaker which lets you control the volume of your speaker on your computer. Can you bring it down to 0, please? And once you do that, we will have less of an echo interference that is happening. Alternately, if you have a headset, I'd recommend that you use the headset. So, okay, we're moving on to the next slide, please. Please do continue. And I'm sorry for these technical issues at our end. I hope you all will excuse us for this. We were trying to solve it. Back to you, Christine.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, Christine.
Is it any better?
Yes, it is a lot better now.
Okay. Let me try. Right. We are on. I was talking about the fact that many countries have made minimal progress addressing policy and legal barriers. I'm sorry, I'm a bit lost now in my own presentation. I talked about Zimbabwe as a good example. However, in some countries, we continue to see real challenges. For example, changes to age of consent laws in Nigeria and the rollout of sexual education strategies in Uganda continue to experience delays and or face strong opposition from religious and cultural leaders. Decriminalization remains the number one advocacy priority for key population leaders, but progress remains painfully slow. Even where legislative and policy changes do occur, these changes are not filtered down. So they often stay at the national level, at the central level, and don't filter down to communities. Next slide. The next thing that communities and civil society tell us is that efforts to close large financial debts are failing. In a year when countries are submitting new global fund budgets, it was really good to see increases in funding for HIV prevention. So, for example, in Mozambique and Zimbabwe. However, generally, the proportion of funding allocated to prevention remains inadequate, especially for population for programming. And although some countries are committed to implementing new social contracting mechanisms, most remain politically resistant or lack the technical knowledge to implement this approach. Peter Sands noted that these mechanisms are vital for a meaningful and targeted response. And we haven't cracked that. We haven't figured out how to do this better at country level. Next slide, please. Implementing quality services at scale continues to be a challenge. We have seen over the past 3 years countries attempt to fill data gaps, conducting size estimates for sex workers, people with drugs, and men with sex with men. And encouragingly, many countries are now including transgender people in their data collection processes. We've also witnessed an expansion of services for some groups. For example, services for people who use drugs, men who have sex with men in Mozambique, and expanding opiate substitution therapies in prisons in Uganda. However, poor coverage remains a difficult challenge. Services tend to be restricted to drop-in centers, concentrated in urban centers, and mainly funded by international donors, and that is a real challenge. Next slide. Willie spoke about the colliding epidemics of COVID-19 and HIV. And we all know that COVID-19 has led to delays in decision-making and disrupted prevention services. COVID-19 has slowed down, if not completely halted national and subnational decision-making processes and has contributed to the shrinking of civic space. Lockdowns have posed severe challenges for service provision. And however, there are some examples of ministries of health, of national AIDS councils, and civil society mobilizing to avoid disruption of the most essential prevention services, in many instances with the support of community organizations. But, and already has been noted by other speakers, COVID-19 responses has led to increased human rights violations and violence against women and marginalized groups in many countries. Next slide, please. So what's next? COVID-19 could COVID-19 could undo all that we have achieved. Months back, UNAIDS and others released modeling warning that we could see new infections hike by as much as 25% in this year. The alarm bells should be ringing for all of us. There are also fears about the future of HIV prevention funding, and it's good to hear the commitment at the Global Fund. But we know that already inadequate funding, on top of that, there is a risk with GDP and donor funding declining in many countries. There will be less money than ever. We know that now more than ever, we need to prevent new infections because it's the right thing to do and because in the difficult years to come, countries may not be able to provide treatment for all needed. So we have to act now. HIV prevention must be seen as a priority investment. We have also got to seize the moment opportunity that COVID-19 has given us. And it's about that increased collaboration. It is that ability that we have seen of communities and governments to work together. It has taught us one thing. It is that when we are faced with an emergency, governments can mobilize additional resources. And what's more, they can be persuaded to do unprecedented things. In our new roadmap, our challenge is to convince governments that HIV prevention is an emergency too, to persuade them to and finally change the things that need changing. Decriminalization, stigma and discrimination in healthcare settings, harmful gender norms, comprehensive sexuality education. Without addressing these difficult subjects, our efforts to meet the 2030 targets are likely to fail yet again. I'll end here. I'm very sorry that there was an issue with the sound. I also want to note that if you want to hear more or read more about these reports, they will be launched on World AIDS Day. And you can either request a copy from us or you can find them on our website or Frontline's website. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Christine, and for highlighting the findings from the shadow reports, despite the technical difficulties we faced in your presentation. But you came loud and clear, so thank you very much indeed. Now, I would like to move to a case study from Ukraine. I mean, central to the HIV response, including during the times of COVID-19, are national AIDS commissions. Dr. Ihor Kuzin, from the director of the Public Health Center in Ukraine, will now share with us the lessons learned and some good practices from Ukraine on how they maintain HIV services during the time of COVID-19. Dr. Kuzin, you have the floor, please.
Да, уважаемые коллеги, добрый день. Большое спасибо за возможность принять участие в этом мероприятии и представить опыт Украины. Я хотел бы начать, если можно, следующий слайд. Да, как и все страны, Украина столкнулась с пандемией COVID, и, безусловно, эта пандемия наложила большой отпечаток, в том числе на профилактические программы. Обязательства, которые страна должна была выполнить в рамках глобальной коалиции по профилактике и до 2020 и до 2021 года, к сожалению, были поставлены.
Dr. Kuzin, we're not able to hear you very clearly, and therefore our interpreters are having a tough time to interpret what you're saying. May I request you switch your camera off and speak, please, and we hope that might solve a little bit of the clarity issue. So if you could continue, please. Okay, I think we've lost Dr. Kuzin, so I'm going to move over to the next speaker and then bring back Dr. Kuzin as soon as he's available. Our next speaker is going to present the findings of an external review. May I now invite Larry Gelman, who was part of the review team, to give us some highlights of the external review of the Global Prevention Coalition. I think Larry is also having difficulties connecting, so I'm going to actually switch and request Hege Wagen, who's our prevention advisor at UNAIDS, to present the findings for us, please. Thank you. Hege, over to you.
Thank you very much. So on behalf of Larry and Barbara, I will present the review of the Global Prevention Coalition and the roadmap. Next slide. The review was commissioned to look at the implementation of the Global Prevention Coalition and the roadmap between 2017 to 2020. As you can see, we have had engagement of more than 100 people in this external review. And it was assessing the role of the Global Prevention Coalition and roadmap and the role it has played in strengthening the HIV prevention response globally and at country level in accelerating progress towards the 2016 HLM prevention targets and commitments. And also, of course, to make recommendations on the way forward. Next slide. So the external reviewers looked at 4 key questions to do this assessment. The architecture and how appropriate the GPC was to achieve the operational effectiveness and key activities laid out, the effect on the key barriers that had been identified as the major issues not enabling us to make progress on primary HIV prevention. So how successful has the GPC been in strengthening political leadership, reducing legal and policy barriers, increasing HIV prevention funding, and promoting implementation of HIV programming at scale? The third question was around the engagement and accountability of participants and how far the GPC stakeholders demonstrated engagement and understanding of the 2020 roadmap, and political and operational accountability to put that forward. The fourth question looked at the contribution to implementation of the country programs and the 5 HIV prevention pillars. Next slide. So what was the overall findings? The external review actually put forward that the GPC has been universally acknowledged to have increased the attention to primary HIV prevention, both in the global health agenda and in the national HIV responses. And also that the GPC activities has been widely praised and are showing results in terms of HIV prevention programs of member countries. But as has been mentioned here, we are 3 years in the line and it's too early to make statements about changing the epidemic curves. Next slide. In terms of products frequently cited by the country as most helpful, you can just see an overview in this slide of the main tools and guidance and the reports that countries mentioned as being critical in terms of supporting the work of accelerating the pace of HIV prevention work at global and at country level. Here today, we will see more around the scorecards, which have already been presented, and as we will hear from the countries as well. Next slide. The architecture of the Global Prevention Coalition, looking at the detailed findings, they found that the function and support of the GPC Secretariat is appreciated by the GPC members. But they were suggesting to include further representation of civil society and more voices from country level. In addition, there are a few regions where we would like to see further participation from countries to enrich the coalition. Both the Global Prevention Coalition and National Prevention Coalition seem to be little known beyond the capital. And the same goes for the GPC resources that we saw in the previous slide. In terms of national coordination and implementation of HIV prevention, it would benefit, or it has been shown that benefits when the NAC and the National AIDS Council has dedicated HIV prevention leaders. Next slide. In terms of the effect of the GPC on the key barriers, we have heard a lot in the introduction this morning. In terms of leadership, the GPC has elevated the profile and support for primary HIV prevention at global level. It has strengthened the leadership and management at country level. For funding, the implementing recommended combination prevention services at scale has not increased to match the needs. But as we heard from Peter Sands, with the GPC's influence and the Global Fund and the countries now investing further in HIV prevention, we hope to see results in the future year. On legal and policy barriers, progress has been too slow, though we have encouraging examples cited from all regions and also from civil society, as we heard in the previous presentation. Next slide. For accountability, there has been high participation of the GPC countries in timely reporting around country targets reflected in the scorecards and the country posters. We have seen very high participation in the GPC activities and events from national authorities and from civil society. UNAIDS co-sponsors and joint team contribution at country level has though not been tracked sufficiently, and this needs to change going forward. Next slide. Contributions to implement the pillars. Country by country reporting in detail is showing progress on implementation and has improved both focus and visibility. Further identification of program gaps needs also to be addressed post-2020. In addition, the external review found that implementation at scale is dependent on human capacity and funding, as already mentioned. And both NAC and UNAIDS offices said that reporting on the progress in terms of the roadmap involves significant burden. Next slide. So in summary, and getting to the end, what were the recommendations from the independent review? It was to update and renew the commitment to the Global Prevention Coalition roadmap to extend to 2025 and conduct an impact evaluation in 2025. Further, to strengthen the architecture of the Global Prevention Coalition at global, but also regional, national, and subnational levels. To address the obstacles to implement HIV prevention programs at scale and increase attention to building a prevention workforce with skills to tackle social change and structural issues, including financing, harmful policies, laws, and political barriers. Critically, to mobilize domestic as well as international funding to contribute to national ownership and to the 2025 roadmap implementation. And finally, and importantly, increase the support for community engagement and civil society participation at global and national level. Next slide. We have specific recommendations for the external review, put forward specific recommendations to the GPC country national authorities to ensure that we strengthen the implementation of the upcoming roadmap. So you will see here this slide around establishing posts and strengthening leadership at country level. It's around updating national HIV prevention roadmaps with coverage and outcomes, with adequate prevention workforce, financing, and also include harmful policies, laws, and policy barriers. Next slide, which will be the final slide. It has also looked at developing and executing a 5-year strategy for mobilizing domestic and international funding, and then to increase support for civil society engagement in national prevention coalitions and technical working group activities. The final slide also in the next one looks at UNAIDS, and we were pleased to hear the executive director of UNAIDS mentioning the ongoing commitment to the roadmap implementation. So if we get the final slide, we will see the recommendation from the external review to UNAIDS to intensify advocacy and support for evidence-informed combination prevention towards 2025. On behalf of the external reviewers, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Hege, for stepping in for Larry and the external reviews of the Global Prevention Coalition. I'm sure these recommendations will be taken into account as we go into the designing of the next phase, which Paula will speak to later. I'm now going to move on to the next session, and we will take Q&As much later towards the end if we have time, because we're running about half an hour late. This session is about hearing from the distinguished delegates from each of the countries on how they feel HIV prevention has fared in the last few years. The audience is particularly interested in hearing your perspectives on a couple of questions. First of all, what are the key achievements and the good practices that have been brought to scale, and what are the challenges you've faced in HIV prevention? The second set of questions that we'd like you to answer in your intervention is, what are the key actions in the country plans that you have to take to overcome the gaps and introduce strategic changes in the HIV prevention efforts? And finally, what adaptations are necessary in the national HIV response due to COVID-19 and any setbacks that you might have faced in this year? I'm going to first call upon our chair, the Honorable Minister of Ethiopia, Dr. Leah Tedes Gebremedin, to take the floor, please. Honorable Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Manesh. I would first like, on behalf of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, express my deep gratitude for the partnership that has led us here today. It is a great privilege and pleasure to be part of this Global HIV Prevention Coalition ministerial meeting as a country. It is known that the overarching goal of the Global HIV Prevention Coalition is to strengthen and sustain political commitment for HIV primary prevention by setting a common agenda among key policymakers, funders, and program implementers. It further places countries and communities at the center of the commitment and seeks to ensure accountability for delivering prevention services at scale in order to achieve the goal of ending the AIDS epidemic as a health threat by 2030. Since the launch of the Global HIV Prevention Coalition 3 years back, Ethiopia attained tremendous progress in facilitating policy environment for accelerated national HIV prevention activities and transformation of HIV prevention response coordination. The country benefited from the technical guidance and support received from this global platform, and we would like to express our appreciation. Efforts have been made to strengthen HIV prevention strategies and from framework in line with the global targets. A national HIV prevention roadmap comprising of 6 pillars has been given special emphasis. And Ethiopia is implementing several HIV prevention interventions that enhance rapid scale-up in the next strategic period from 2021 to 2025. Key and priority populations, peer education and training manuals were developed and distributed. Key and priority population minimum service package was developed and distributed along with orientation of this package to stakeholders. The other focus area has been the provision of comprehensive HIV prevention care and treatment services to key populations in community-based programs and key population-friendly public health facilities. After a successful pilot results of pre-exposure prophylaxis, Ethiopia has started rolling out PrEP in late 2019 targeting female sex workers and HIV discordant couples. The service is now being provided in key population drop-in centers and public health facilities. Male medical circumcision is a cultural practice in almost all regions of Ethiopia except Gambela. Therefore, our VMMC services is being provided with due attention in this region. While Ethiopia has realized strides in the fight against HIV, more efforts are needed, particularly towards the existing challenges in the areas of addressing prevention of HIV in adolescent girls, young women and men, and key populations, maintaining and accelerating all HIV prevention related essential services with a focus on rebuilding and overcoming COVID-19 related setbacks. So in the next strategic period, Ethiopia is committed to provide strong emphasis in implementation of combination HIV prevention strategies targeting key and priority population. Hence, 90% of key and priority population is planned to be reached with combination prevention, which is behavioral, biomedical, and structural approach. During this time, this combination prevention will be implemented in 3 incidence level of districts, high, medium, and low. It is based on principle of population and geographic prioritization and client-centered, integrated, and sustainable service delivery models will be used to deliver this combination prevention. While the focus of the program is on this key and priority population in 265 high incidence districts, general population in key priority population in the intermediate and low incidence districts will also be reached through integrated and sustainable prevention with strategic sectors and community initiatives. Condom promotion and distribution will also be emphasized with a plan to increase the percentage of adults aged 15 to 49 who used condoms during their last high-risk sex act in the past 12 months from 20 to 51 for females and from 51% to 90% by 2025. My apologies is to raise this to for both to 90%. In addition, Ethiopia has planned to intensify adolescent and behavioral change intervention and friendly health services. Also plan to implement domestic resource mobilization in the context of sustainability of the response in the medium term and give special attention to address HIV-related stigma and discrimination in addressing the barriers to HIV prevention. In the context of COVID-19, Ethiopia remains committed to ensure uninterrupted national HIV response through combination prevention while maintaining a safe healthcare environment for clients and staff. So finally, I would like to thank the concerted efforts of all frontline health workers, donors, development partners, civil society organizations, communities, and the private sector, and all stakeholders in this fight to end the AIDS epidemic by 2030. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I would now like to invite the Union Minister of Health and Family Welfare of India, Dr. Vardhan, to take the floor, please.
Excellencies, Ministers and Ambassadors, Executive Director of UNAIDS, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is both a pleasure and a privilege for India to participate in the ministerial meeting of the Global Prevention Commission on HIV Prevention for 21 to 25 for taking stock and planning the future. I understand that this is being hosted by UNAIDS and UNFPA on behalf of the Commission. The theme fits very well with that of the World AIDS Day 2020, which is Global Solidarity, Shared Responsibility. The global response towards AIDS has shown remarkable success in reducing new infections, improving access to prevention services for key population and treatment services for people living with HIV, reducing AIDS-related mortality, reducing mother-to-child transmission, and creating an enabling environment. It has established an excellent model where multiple stakeholders have come together and worked cohesively towards a common goal. It has shown how evidence driven strategies, involvement of key infected and affected communities can make the response to any public health issue more effective and impactful. Global AIDS response has also been a fountainhead of innovative service delivery models with rich civil society involvement and cross learning. Provision of generic antiretroviral drugs from India to the world has had a critical impact in controlling the HIV epidemic. India has a unique prevention model which is centered around the concept of social contracting, through which a targeted intervention program is implemented with support from non-government organizations. The program is aimed at providing outreach, service delivery, counseling, testing, and ensuring linkages to HIV care. India's prevention model can be adopted and scaled up in many countries by tailoring the intervention as per local settings. It can also be replicated in other prevention and disease control programs. I am happy to share that during the COVID-19 pandemic, the government of India took swift and timely action by involving communities, civil society, development partners to reach out to the last mile with a robust implementation plan for antiretroviral drugs dispensation. The government also linked key population and PLHIV to various social welfare schemes. Advisories and guidance notes were issued by NACO from time to time aligned with global guidelines. India revamped its targeted intervention program to focus on hard to reach population segments. People living in prisons or other closed settings have been considered as priority populations, and interventions have been launched and gradually scaled up since 2016. The HIV counseling and testing services, community-based screening of HIV for improving early diagnosis have been ramped up, including increasing the coverage of testing across the country to achieve the target of elimination of mother-to-child transmission. With the enactment of the Human Immunodeficiency Virus and Acute Acquired Immune Deficiency Syndrome Prevention and Control Act 2017, a legal and enabling framework was provided to safeguard the human rights of infected and affected populations. Under the test and treat population policy, approximately 50,000 PLHIV who were lost or were linked back to antiretroviral treatment services through the Mission Sampark. Currently, we have 1.46 million PLHIV on antiretroviral treatment. Viral load testing facilities have been scaled up from the existing 10 public sector labs to 64 labs across the country. Some of these labs are also being used for COVID-19. India is committed to achieving the 1990 targets by 2020. However, newer vulnerabilities, risks exacerbated by the pandemic have brought into focus the need to step up a coordinated response. We need to reach out to those vulnerable groups who are hitherto unreached and on virtual platforms. A comprehensive and sustained progress is required to walk the last mile in terms of commitments made to end the AIDS epidemic as a public health threat by 2030 under the Sustainable Development Goals. I am sure we will have highly productive deliberations today that will enable all of us to articulate a clear vision of an AIDS-free world. This gives an opportunity to all of us to present recommendations and revamp the commitments for amplifying HIV prevention efforts in the next 5 years. It will also provide an opportunity to revise the action required to maintain the gains already made in HIV prevention while simultaneously seeking to promote integration of services and sharing the lessons learned. I thank you for this opportunity and look forward to learning more about the experiences of other states.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vardhan, for your statement. I would now like to invite the Honorable Minister of Health of Indonesia, Dr. Terawan Agus Putranto, to take the floor, please. Sir, you have the floor. Wipke, do we have the Honorable Minister from Indonesia online, please?
I have allowed his streaming. I'm just waiting for him to pick up the access connection, basically.
Thank you.
It seems I cannot get his connection right now. Perhaps we can move to the next speaker and I'll try to reconnect him afterwards. I don't see he has requested the floor.
Thank you, Wipke. We'll come back to the Honorable Minister as soon as we establish connection with the Minister's office. May I now invite the Minister in the Prime Minister's office of Lesotho, Kemise Mosinene, to take the floor, please.
Hello?
Please go ahead, sir.
All right. Thank you very much, Program Director. Allow me to thank Global HIV Prevention Coalition for organizing this thing of taking stock and planning for HIV prevention. I would also like to pay my respect to the Executive Director, UNAIDS, Executive Director, Global Fund, UNFPA Executive Director, Honorable Ministers of Health, and those responsible for HIV and AIDS. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the 2020 roadmap that was endorsed in October 2017 as a strategy to achieve 2016 political declaration on HIV prevention targets laid a foundation for global prevention coalition member states to domesticate their roadmaps aligned to the 10 requirements. Honorable Ministers, distinguished guests, Lesotho has made a significant stride in the implementation of roadmap. To date, the two major achievements are combination prevention for adolescent girls and young women and their male partners, and PrEP rollout. The adolescent girls and young women and their male partners program have been rolled out in the 10 districts of the country. The core package of the service were developed and implemented nationwide. These are differentiated by age and in or out of school status. The core packages include HIV testing and counseling, education subsidies, post-violence care for survivors of gender-based violence, school-based HIV and violence prevention program, PrEP, condom promotions, and provision for adolescent girls, young men, and partners, improve access to youth-friendly sexual and reproductive health care, and a full range of contraceptive methods. Parenting or caregivers program, community mobilization and norms change program director. The second achievement in the area of HIV prevention is throughout the Kingdom of Lesotho has seen notable increase in the number of people PrEP. For example, in 2019, 7,300 people received PrEP, while in the third quarter of 2020, a total number of 5,178 people received PrEP, thus 356% increase. Honorable Minister and distinguished guest, this was not an easy roadmap to navigate. Lesotho has experienced a number of obstacles, mainly one, multi-sectoral collaboration and coordination of efforts by several stakeholders remain a challenge, particularly at the district and community level. For example, several pathways for adolescent girls and young men to HIV, sexual reproductive health, and sexual gender-based violence services are informal and poor coordinated, which negatively affect to these services. Secondly, the other challenge is that the HIV Prevention Fund has not increased in line with the epidemic scenario. This is due to, firstly, declining international funding for HIV prevention responses. Secondly, inability to increase domestic funding for HIV due to competing priorities. The emergency of COVID-19 in 2020 further compromised the budgetary allocation to HIV and AIDS. Distinguished guests, Lesotho has prioritized the following action for HIV prevention programming. First, to strengthen the coordinating authority, it has begun the process of addressing legal and governance issues. Recently, the new Board of Commissioners was gazetted in line with the National AIDS Commission Act. The plan is also to build NEC capacity at district level with human and financial resources to enhance capacity coordinate. Secondly, the Kingdom of Lesotho plans to scale up and strengthen HIV, sexual reproductive health, sexual gender-based violence services, and social accountability involving client monitoring of adolescent girls and young men, key population-friendly services. Finally, the Kingdom of Lesotho is exploring the avenue for online counseling for all populations through institutionalized to PrEP and other HIV services. I thank you.
Kalaban Tate, may I
Thank
now
you very
request the Honorable Minister from Indonesia, Dr. Terawan Agus Putranto to take the floor, please.
Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon from Jakarta. First of all, let me express my appreciation to UNFPA for providing ministerial training. Ladies and gentlemen, to achieve ending by 2070, the government of Indonesia has made significant effort. Firstly, what kematian enjoy okay, tes. Being a
Mahesh, I can see that Indonesia has technical problems to connect. I'm wondering. I'm wondering if we should move to the next speaker as they are trying to fix this.
Okay. Itu baru di enable kameranya. Iya kita aja gitu. Ya, ini udah masuk. Dan ini speaker nggak pengaruh tuh. Tuh, dan silakan. Lagi sama mereka.
Oh, yeah. No, it's okay. It's okay now. Okay. Okay. Dr. Mintri, yes? Okay, greetings from Myanmar. Excellency, Minister of Health from Ethiopia, Dr. Leah Tadesi, Executive Director of UNAIDS, Madam Winnie Ringanjima, Executive Director of Global Fund, Mr. Peter Sen, Ministers of Health of Member States of the Global Prevention Coalition GPC. At the outset, I would like to note that the current global response to COVID-19 pandemic is strengthening our resolve to make a difference in saving lives. We would like to share our spirit of solidarity with all member states of the GPC from Asia, Africa, and our partners throughout the world. Our reserve has definitely not been broken, instead becoming much stronger, despite the difficult times we are facing in Myanmar as in other countries due to COVID-19 pandemic. We have emphasized that essential life-saving services for non-COVID diseases must be maintained throughout this period. At the same time, all mitigating measures to reduce the risk of HIV infections and provision of treatment and care must not be sidelined. To do so, policy and strategic decisions have been fast-tracked in a remarkable manner to maintain services to our people, including HIV prevention for those at high risk of infection, ART and continuum of healthcare for people living with HIV, as well as substitution therapy and harm reduction for people who use drugs. These services have been provided despite the importance of maintaining stay-at-home orders, travel restrictions, quarantine measures, and social distancing. The National AIDS Program, with strong linkages to tuberculosis, hepatitis, and drug treatment services, has responded to this call. During this period, partnership with representatives of people living with and affected by HIV has also increased. New strategic measures such as pre-exposure prophylaxis have been introduced. Global Fund and other funding mechanisms have allowed flexibility in the use of existing resources and also brought additional resources to bear. Our partnership with the UN and HIV, tuberculosis, hepatitis, and drug prevention and treatment programs has continued as one team to face the harsh realities of the pandemic. As an example, I'm here to report that up to 70% of those currently on ART treatment are benefiting from 6 months multi-month dispensing of ART medicine. Up to 90% of those on methadone maintenance treatment are benefiting from take-home cases. The primary purpose is to ensure continuity and access to life-saving measures, particularly for those dealing with economic challenges, living in remote areas, and who are otherwise vulnerable to HIV and infections. We hope that all countries learn lessons to help us deal with public health challenges and also bring more urgency to achieve the last mile of HIV response. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to convey my special appreciation to the Global Fund for its exemplary commitment to funding the country's AIDS, TB, and malaria programs over the last decade, and UNAIDS for its commitment for giving technical support, in particular, to HIV prevention, community system strengthening, and monitoring and evaluation. Up to 85% of people living with HIV in Myanmar know their status, of which 91% of those are on treatment and 94% who tested for viral load have experienced substantial reduction in HIV load. This is of epidemiological significance to my ministry. Overall, 36% reduction in new infections, HIV infections, 52% decline in AIDS-related deaths were noted in reference to 2010 data. Antiretroviral therapy now reaches 79% of the estimated 240,000 people living with HIV as of end June 2020. Significant success has also been noted in HIV prevention efforts for key and vulnerable populations. Prevention of mother-to-child transmission now covers 98% of townships in the country, and we are coming much closer to the realization of the goal of eliminating mother-to-child transmission. These are a few good parameters pointing to the success of our HIV program. We will maintain the satisfactory trajectory that we already had for the elimination of mother-to-child transmission by 2025. We remain closely aligned with the 5 pillars defined by GBC as they relate to countries with concentrated epidemics. Our national program has given special attention on reaching key populations, targeting relevant subpopulations in high disease burden areas. We have determined that HIV prevention must also be accessible to all, regardless of age, gender, life choices, and several social contexts. We request the UN and Global Fund as well as bilateral partners to support us. The following three priority activities which will be implemented until 2025 in Myanmar. One is the rollout of a comprehensive evidence-based approach to tackle the ravages of drug use and specifically inject drug on health, well-being, and development of individuals and the country as a whole. Two, effective HIV prevention. Up to 95% of those involved in unprotected sexual encounters, and specifically those involved in sex business, men who have sex with men, transgender population, people who use drugs, prisoners, and other vulnerable segments of the population, with emphasis on young people and women. Integrating and sustaining prevention, treatment, and continuum of care through our strategy to achieve universal health coverage. We will also accord special attention to link social protection and right-based policy vis-a-vis legal challenges. I would like to suggest to the Executive Director of UNAID, the Executive Director of Global Fund, to kindly consider a few things. These are simple but very important, because I'm requesting this in the context of planning the future in order to have good plan. One is information system for HIV/AIDS we further strengthen, together with increasing the capacity and capability of analyzing the data and information to streamline HIV and AIDS program in future. Number two, more implementation research or operational research using qualitative methods be carried out to improve the management, administrative, logistic, and coordinating aspects of HIV programs. Number three, more systematic monitoring using check-in type of monitoring to know the ground reality on several perspectives of HIV programs. If we try to do all these three things, all our plans for future plans for HIV/AIDS prevention program will be very realistic, doable, down to earth, and practical. Thank you very much to all my colleague minister, and especially to the chair of this meeting, as well as the executive director of UNAIDS and Global. Thank you very much, sir.
Buka suaranya. Oh ini suaranya udah sini. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon from Jakarta. First of all, let me express my appreciation and UNFPU for providing material meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, to achieve AIDS by 2030, the government of Indonesia has made various prevention efforts. Firstly, collaboration with the community to do the prevention of mother-to-child transmission, as well as the mutual serum program and opioid substitution therapy to reduce the transmission among the injection therapy user group. Secondly, we conduct efforts to increase our test and treat coverage and detection effort of tuberculosis infection among people living with HIV/AIDS, as well as the provision of tuberculosis prophylaxis therapy for people living with HIV/AIDS who are not diagnosed with tuberculosis. Thirdly, since a decade ago, we have been conducting health promotion to improve the knowledge and understanding of HIV prevention among young population through Aku Bangga, Aku Tahu, or I'm Proud, I Know campaign. Fourthly, we have also been continuously promoting the safe behavior among ages as well as other key populations, such as sex injection and condom provision in health facilities for people infected with sexually transmitted infection and HIV. And finally, the pre-exposure prophylaxis project that is currently in preparation state and projected to be finished by 2024. From this pilot project, we will able to establish this program between government and private collaboration. For the past 3 years, we have been increasing the coverage of HIV screening coverage for pregnant women to prevent mother-to-child transmission. This strategy is supported by provision of region for screening and improving health service related to HIV/AIDS as a mode of implementing the minimum service standard regulation. Data show that HIV prevalence among several at-risk population groups tends to be stable or declining, except for prevalence among the men sex with men that show as increasing trend. Ladies and gentlemen, closing my intervention, I wish to share during this pandemic situation, we view that the HIV/AIDS service need to be continued as one of the essential health services. Therefore, we have issued the protocol for implementing HIV/AIDS services during the COVID-19 pandemic. With this protocol, we aim to keep the HIV/AIDS services continue while still upholding the COVID-19 health protocol. Effort in ensuring the people living with HIV/AIDS receive their medication in conducted through collaboration with online delivery service platform and ensuring them have a suppressed virus level that can reduce transmission is conducted through activation of the lab network. The implementation of the health protocol has been contributing to improving the HIV testing coverage, case detection, and HIV treatment coverage during COVID-19. I thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, good.
Mahesh, for the next speaker, I would wait for Pakistan to raise their hand so I can give them the floor.
गुड अब आपको कैमरा ऑन करें
ऑन कर
आप करें ऑन है बस प्लीज डाउन
We start. Are you recording us or we start? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, greetings from Pakistan. Good afternoon. Pakistan, like all other developing countries, has faced numerous health, development, and societal challenges in the road to controlling the spread of HIV. These challenges have recently been exacerbated due to the COVID-19 pandemic, which has resulted in all tiers of our health infrastructure facing unprecedented strain. Despite this, however, we have managed to persevere and to control our HIV efforts with a strategy focused on both prevention and treatment. Until now, what we have achieved is as follows. We have set up 48 antiretroviral treatment centers and 17 community-based organizations for HIV prevention, testing, treatment, and counseling. We have ensured the inclusion of HIV testing and counseling at the primary and community level and ART treatment for HIV positive cases at the primary healthcare level in our universal healthcare benefit package. We have also provided uninterrupted service delivery during the COVID-19 pandemic. A number of obstacles were faced during this journey, and 3 challenges in particular have proven to hamper our efforts for HIV prevention and treatment. First and foremost, the COVID-19 pandemic itself. Second, the association of HIV with socio-cultural stigma and discrimination. And thirdly, the changing demographics of HIV patients in Pakistan. In other words, it's not just the key populations that we are worried about, but the issue of HIV in the broader context of our population. Pakistan's strategy to combat the spread of HIV remains to identify and treat the maximum positive number of people with HIV and to reduce the loss to follow-up and to align with partners for prevention and treatment. Specifically, in order to enhance the effectiveness of our HIV control efforts, we plan on the following steps. 1, increasing government spending to strengthen the national HIV response so that the capacity building towards sustainability can be achieved. Number 2, increasing HIV testing services in view of the changing demographics with focus on vulnerable populations, including prisoners, migrants, and truck drivers. And number 3, to conduct an integrated biologic and behavioral surveillance survey in various districts for informed policymaking and strategic guidance. In response to the COVID-19 pandemic, our HIV control efforts were modified to ensure that we had uninterrupted supply of services. And these included development of revised protocols for service delivery with minimum basic staffing and smart outreach, including revised dispensing protocols and specific local delivery protocols. We also catered for provision of personal protective equipment to all frontline service providers. We established an emergency response cell with a 24/7 helpline to assist key populations who were in need of service in providing treatment and access to people living with HIV. There was also provision of living and social support to people living with HIV, utilizing community groups and networks. We issued regular advisories to go to the CBOs and field staff regarding fieldwork and service delivery protocols in the special COVID-19 circumstances that we were all facing. And of course, lastly, multi-month dispensing to facilitate that the people living with HIV were able to get sufficient stocks of their medicines at the nearest geographically placed center. In view of the second wave of the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, Pakistan aims to continue to adhere to these modified protocols in close coordination with all partners, communities, and relevant stakeholders. Thank you very much.
Mahesh, I cannot hear you.
Cannot hear you.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you very much, Chair. At the outset, I would like to thank the UNAIDS, UNFPA for hosting this important meeting. At the very beginning of COVID-19 pandemic, a multi-stakeholder task force headed by the president was established, which included several members of national HIV program in our country. A strong focus was placed on ensuring that HIV prevention and service delivery continue without being compromised. Early anticipation of the potential challenges of HIV service delivery and efficient implementation of mitigating strategies have, for the most part, ensured that HIV prevention and care services have continued persistently. In this regard, the following good practices were undertaken. There was a strong move to ensure all HIV prevention program staff were trained on COVID-19 preventive measures. Second one was mobile units were quickly adapted and equipped to provide essential services to most at-risk populations in hotspots across provinces. Third issue was continuous provision of methadone and harm reduction services. And fourth issue was developing protocol on COVID-19 prevention and care in prison and reducing the number of prisoners by giving prisoners leave to address overcrowding. Health service provision during crisis has taught us that to maintain and improve people's health, we should not lose momentum gained over the existing programs and continue service provision while anticipating challenges and quickly mitigate them. In this regard, despite severe pressure of COVID-19 on all sectors, the Islamic Republic of Iran finalized development of its fifth multi-stakeholder National Strategic Plan for 2020-2024, including HIV prevention program with bold objectives to increase the number of high-risk behavior populations affected by HIV who access customized HIV prevention services. Along with increasing treatment coverage, we also aim to increase PrEP coverage and also access as part of combination prevention package. The U.S. unilateral coercive measures have disrupted national efforts and policies and hindered Iranian population having appropriate access to medicine and health equipment, which sometimes directly target people living with HIV and HIV-affected people. Nevertheless, we aim to ensure no one is left behind. Finally, I would like to congratulate UNAIDS and UNFPA and the coalition for their great efforts regarding prioritizing HIV prevention during COVID time. Again, I thank you.
尊敬的大会主席，尊敬的联合国艾滋病规划署执行主任温妮·贝安伊玛女士，各位代表、女士们、先生们，很高兴受邀参加全国艾滋病预防联盟会议。中国十分赞赏联合国艾滋病规划署和联合国人口基金联合共同发起建立的全球艾滋病预防联盟，制定艾滋病预防2020路线图，每年召开会议，为各国提供交流、分享预防艾滋病成效和经验的平台，共同采取相关措施，减少新发感染和遏制艾滋病传。这对于实现联合国2030终结艾滋病流行的可持续发展目标具有重要意义。中国政府高度重视艾滋病防治工作，积极有序推动各项工作。2020年，我们坚持新冠肺炎防控和艾滋病防治双线作战，最大限度减少新冠肺炎疫情带来的影响，聚焦重点环节、重点人群和重点地区，以建设综合防治示范区为引领，提高宣传教育针对性、综合干预时效性、检测咨询可及性和随访服务规范性，全面落实核酸检测、预防母婴传播、救治救助政策和社会组织培育引导措施。我们以遏制艾滋病性传播为主攻方向，强化综合施策，一方面对存量实施扩大检测和扩大治疗策略，进一步完善检测服务网络，丰富检测手段，推广从诊断到治疗一站式服务，最大限度发现和治疗感染者， 一方面对增量强化综合干预，推广使用安全套，加强夫妻一方感染艾滋病家庭干预、互联网加干预，开展暴露前后药物预防，支持社会组织积极参与。多年来，各部门和全社会的共同努力下，中国艾滋病经血传播基本阻断，经注射吸毒传播、母婴传播得到有效控制，感染者发现率明显提高，病死率显著降低，整体疫情持续控制在低流行水平，受艾滋病影响人群的生活质量不断提高，社会歧视进一步减轻，较好地实现了“十三五”的防治目标，防治工作取得了显著的成效。当前全球艾滋病流行形势依然严峻，目前尚无预防性疫苗和治愈性药物，也缺乏更加有效的控制性传播的策略措施，防治任务更加艰巨。下一步，中国政府将继续强调预防为主，强化政府、部门、社会、个人四方责任，发挥好示范区的引领作用，深入实施宣传教育、综合干预、扩大检测和治疗、社会综合治理，消除母婴传播、学生预防艾滋病教育6大工程，倡导每个人是自己健康第一责任人的理念，广泛动员全社会的参与。艾滋病是危害人类健康和生命安全的重大传染病和公共卫生问题，需要包括联合国机构、各个国家和社会组织在内的全球力量的共同努力。中国作为全球预防联盟的成员国之一，将积极联合国艾滋病规划署和联合国人口基金在全球预防艾滋病工作中的领导和协调作用，与其他成员国一道，深化国际合作，分享中国经验，为推动实现2030年可持续发展目标，消除艾滋病对人类的威胁，构建人类卫生健康共同体作出贡献。谢谢。
Hello. Hello. Your Excellency, can you hear me? Hello. Hello. Thank you very much. Good afternoon from Uganda. Your Excellency, the Honorable Minister, the Honorable Chair of this very important meeting, the GPC, the Executive Director, UNAIDS, Madam Winnie Byanyima, all the Honorable Ministers and distinguished delegates attending this very important meeting. My name is Dr. Joseph Okware. I'm a Director of Health Services of Uganda. I bring you greetings but apologies from my Honorable Minister, Dr. Jane Ruth Acheng, who has not been able to attend this very important meeting. I'm glad and greatly honored to be attending this virtual meeting of the virtual ministerial meeting of honorable ministers. Allow me to provide the statement from Uganda. Uganda is committed to ending HIV/AIDS as a public health threat by 2030. Currently, the country is on course to attain the 90 targets by 2020 and has set new targets of 95 to be achieved by 2025. Between the years 2010 and 2019, we have had new infections among adults, that is 15 years plus in Uganda. The new infections have declined from 72,000 new infections in 2010 to 48,000 new infections in 2019. And that's a decline of 34%. However, we wish to note that the country has not been able to achieve the 75% reduction as earlier on targeted by the end of 2020, unfortunately. We have so far, however, had quite many achievements in the fight against HIV/AIDS and the prevention especially. And I will take this opportunity within the time allocated to outline just 4 key achievements. One of our first key achievements that has helped us is the high-level political commitment and action that we have in Uganda. In 2017, the President of the Republic of Uganda, His Excellency General Kaguta Museveni, launched the Presidential Fast Track Initiative on ending AIDS as a public threat by 2030. This initiative has served to galvanize the efforts of all stakeholders to work towards attaining the targets set in the 2016 UNGA HIV/AIDS declaration. That level of high-level political commitment at a presidential level is a key achievement for Uganda for this fight. Number 2, we've had very progressive policy formulation and norms change in the country. Uganda has undertaken development and review of various policy guidelines to ensure supportive policy framework for service provision to all vulnerable groups, including key populations and adolescent girls and young women. Our new National HIV and AIDS Strategic Plan 2021 to 2024-25, the National HIV Prevention Roadmap of 2018 are examples of the progressive frameworks that have been aligned to the international norms and our best practice. We have this roadmap and these plans in place. So that's an achievement number 2. Achievement number 3 is our success so far in enhancing domestic financing for HIV response and mobilization of local resources for sustainability of our programs. The government of Uganda has continued to scale up livelihood support programs for women and the youth and other efforts to mitigate the social structural driver of HIV epidemic. Our achievement number 4, and very important, is around the antiretroviral based prevention in Uganda. We are sure that Uganda will attain the 90 global HIV targets by the end of 2020, because currently we are at 89, 94, 90. This, coupled with the rapid expanding PrEP program since 2017, has significantly contributed to reduced new infections, HIV infections in the country. Nonetheless, Your Excellencies, Uganda, we still have some gaps and challenges, and I will highlight a few of them. In spite of the good progress that I have highlighted above, significant amount of work remains to be done, and several gaps still remain to be addressed, including the following. We still need to address the societal norms and attitudes towards some of the vulnerable and minority groups, which remains a key hindrance to service access and utilization in the country. Number two, financing the HIV response is still largely and heavily dependent on donors, with implications on the scale and sustainability on the services. The government and partners in Uganda are developing a transition plan, however, to be operationalized in 2023 to handle this challenge. Number three, we still have gaps in capacity, especially for human resources in key sectors to plan and manage the response and provide universal access to acceptable and quality services in a sustainable manner. And our fourth challenge is around the current pandemic of COVID that has hit us like any other country, and this has come along with many other emerging needs, competing priorities, stress on the health sector, and so many things. This has affected everybody. This has constrained access by the beneficiaries for our HIV services because of the fear of contracting HIV, even as they come for the services, contracting COVID. Even though as a country, we have been able to attain quick response and system adaptation to sustain provision and access to HIV prevention and SRH services, despite disruptions by COVID pandemic and associated lockdown requirements. Your Excellencies, we have highlighted some future actions which we believe will help us to move forward. The country is currently in the final stages of conducting a national HIV prevention financial gap analysis and an HIV prevention capacity assessment and capacity building plan. The findings from these assessments will help inform advocacy for additional resources for HIV prevention response from the national budget of Uganda. Number two, an up-to-date compendium of the remaining policy and legal barriers to HIV prevention is already being developed in the country, and this we believe will inform continued, targeted, and monitored advocacy and action to create the desired policy legal environment in Uganda. And lastly, we are looking at expanded service coverage, most especially expanding the service coverage, most especially in the areas of key populations, programming, adolescent girls, and young women services, and condom programming. All these have been prioritized in our immediate implementation plans. Honorable Chair, Honorable Minister, these are some of the highlights from Uganda regarding the HIV prevention efforts and our plan for the future. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Нажимать? Да. Dear colleagues, could you hear us? Greetings, and I hope that you could hear us fine, and that we don't have any technical issues right now, and we will not have a video connection just for the sake of the quality of the sound. Thank you so much for the invitation. It is an honor for us to present at this conference. And could you please broadcast our presentation?
Dear colleagues, could you hear us okay? And can you please broadcast our presentation? Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much. We would just like to start from the fact that the pandemic of COVID-19 has really put under the pressure in the program of service deliveries and treatment of and prevention of HIV. And Ukraine also has faced this problem in its past because we were affected by the pandemic as well. Starting from the 25th of March, we have implemented the complicated, coherent, and the strict lockdown, which has taken its toll on the program of prevention and treatment of HIV. And the main challenges for Ukraine was actually the continuation of preventive programs. And we were trying not to allow for it to be any way disrupted. Could you please put to the next slide? And as for today in the country, we are allocating $7.7 million for the preventive and support of HIV. And also for us, the adequate expenditures of such funds is the key priority at this moment of time, and together with the just fact of the provision of such services itself. And could you please move to the next slide? Due to the statistics that we right now see on this slide and in Ukraine, we really do see that the number of the key populations that has shrinked a bit. And the main groups that suffered the most, which is the group of MSM or men having sex with men. Fortunately, that the injection drug users and they've continued to receive services during the strict lockdown that we have and continuing to receive those services even now without any interruptions. Could you put to the next slide, please? So what has Ukraine done to actually fulfill the continuity and uninterruptedness of such services? First and foremost, we have changed the outreach routes, working hours, and services delivery points, and it all adapted to our quarantine restrictions. We have also, during this strict lockdown, with the support of Public Health Center, Ministry of Health of Ukraine, we have supported the issuance of specific transport passes for people to be able to still use public transportation in the strict lockdown conditions. The most risky programs has been the program of OST, and at this moment of time, 81% of patients has been moved to the prescription-based and self-medication. And they actually take the medicines and everything themselves without supervision. So they are supported at that stage. And we have also implemented an innovational initiative of Public Health Alliance of Ukraine, which is the implementation of saliva tests. And this has required so less of the contact between the doctors or services provider with the key risk population, which has also lowered the risks of infections from COVID-19 and protected the population. Could you put to the next slide, please? On this slide, you can see the outreach routes that have worked during the strict lockdown to support the continuity and uninterruptedness of services, which was a successful story. And could you please the next slide? Also, to provide the continuity and uninterruptedness of all the preventive program, prevention program, we have procured, and also the personal protective equipment has been procured, not only for the NGO employees, but also for the clients, which was an important portion of the protection. And we would just like to say thank you to the Global Fund for the capacity of such a rapid and urgent procurement of PPEs that has allowed us to maintain the services provision. We have also developed informational materials like booklets and everything on the COVID, And also we have developed a screening questionnaire for the services recipients that had allowed us to create short routes for patient that has any signs of respiratory infections and to the adequate healthcare facilities that where they would be able to receive appropriate care for their condition. And also Public Health Center has prepared a training video on the specifics of types of services provision in the pandemic environment that we have right now. And on the next slide, you can see the picture of how the services have been provided and that the sanitation measures and PPEs were used during the services provision and that the masks are on both people so that we are trying to ensure the safety of them. And on the next slide, you can see here we would like to point your attention to the treatment programs as well. The first and the main thing for us was to reformat the issuing of the antiretroviral therapy drugs and medication, and also delivery of those medicines by representatives of NGO specialist organization or by the private mailing service by the name of Nova Poshta, which is just a regular private mailing service. And this type of delivery has actually allowed us to make a continuity of the services provision and uninterruptedness without any hazard of stopping or any interruptions in the services or their actual treatment that they will be receiving. And also we have translated and adopted the CDC and the WHO recommendation on the management of HIV patients in the conditions of COVID-19 pandemic. We have also developed a free online remote learning course for doctors who are actually involved in the treatment of patients living with HIV, which was also useful in this situation because they were able to, at the same time, all over Ukraine to receive this training and to know the basics and to the foremost and the most advanced knowledge that is there in the field. And on the next slide, you can also see the success story of this Nova Poshta or this private mailing service, and we would like to express our deepest gratitude to all of the NGOs, to every participant, to every international organization supporting us, and actually for the support for Public Health Centers in such a complicated and harsh quarantine times. And just because of our fruitful collaboration, we were able not to allow for the interruption of any sort to happen during the pandemic. We have also been able to minimize the risks of medical personnel or any services providers to be infected. And also, we were able to secure and provide the security for the clients of those programs not to be affected as well, which we are really proud of. And on this moment, I would really like to express my deepest gratitude for giving us the floor and for listening to this presentation. Have a wonderful day and please stay safe.
meeting on HIV and AIDS will be scheduled in June of next year. And it is towards this event that we have also commenced this advocacy with a view to positioning in that very high level political commitment, positioning for bold targets for HIV prevention to chart the way forward towards ending AIDS by 2030, and to have them written down into the commitments of the next high level meeting. As usually happens in July of every year, UNAIDS will release the new global AIDS monitoring data. And it is only then that we will know, in terms of numerical values, where the response is and how far we have gone in achieving the 2020 targets. We hope that after this to have a repeat country consultations and a repeat scorecard survey on global HIV prevention targets based on 2020 data. And following this, we hope to organize a meeting of the full Global Prevention Coalition where we would be requesting you as member states to endorse quite possibly an updated version of an HIV prevention roadmap that will be the basis for our actions for the 5 years from 2021 to 2025. It is my hope that we can have this meeting in easier circumstances, and that we will not have the technical glitches that have prolonged and made the conversations today difficult. I nevertheless thank you very much for having stayed the course and for all the contributions so far.
Thank you very much, Paula, for outlining the roadmap towards the next Global Prevention Coalition plan. I would like to now invite the co-chair of the Global Prevention Coalition, Professor Sheila Tlu, to wrap up the session with her reflections on where we should go next. Sheila, over to you, please. Sheila, if you are hearing us, if you could put your hand up, and the floor is yours, please.
I've given the floor to Sheila. Can you hear us? Sheila, maybe you can try to unmute yourself. I'm allowing streaming again. There seems to be a connection issue on her side, I think.
I'm afraid we are not able to get Professor Sheila Tlu on the line at the moment. And since we are going running a little late, I'd like to now move towards the closing of the session and invite the co-chairs of today's morning session, the Honorable Minister of Health of Ethiopia and the Executive Director of UNAIDS, to close the session. First of all, I'd like to give the floor to the Honorable Minister of Health of Ethiopia. Ma'am, you have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Mahesh. And I would like to thank all my fellow ministers, speakers, and organizers for contributing to this really successful and quite informative event. It has shown us progresses made with implementing the HIV prevention 2020 roadmap and stimulated the sharing of good practices across countries informed by the challenge and adaptive measures taken during the COVID-19 pandemic. However, it is clear that we all have a long way to go. For the next years, we know that we have to expand and amplify our joint efforts for HIV prevention by further strengthening national ownership and accountability of all stakeholders involved, being serious about engaging communities and addressing the legal and structural barriers that exist in order to scale up our response. At the same time, we need to do more to increase funding and also to spend available resources efficiently while building capacities for HIV prevention for a more effective response. I'm looking forward to jointly moving this agenda forward with the many opportunities for engagement ahead. It is a pleasure now to hand over to UNAIDS Executive Director, Ms. Winnie Banima, to close this meeting. Thank you.
Hello. Can you hear?
Yes, we can hear you,
Yes.
Winnie.
Good. I hear my voice. Can you hear me?
You're breaking up and now we can't hear you. You're back online. Thank you.
Okay. But I hear my, okay, good. Thank you, Minister Tadesse. And thank you for ably chairing this morning's meeting. And you, Sheila, my sister, our co-chair, thank you, even though we were not able to hear you because of the technology. Honorable ministers, those who have spoken, India, Indonesia, Lesotho, Myanmar, Pakistan, Islamic Republic of Iran, China, Uganda, and Ukraine. I listened carefully to your statements, and I'm very encouraged that your commitment to HIV prevention remains very strong. Thank you also to our partners from civil society, especially to you, Christine. The shadow reports are a powerful accountability tool for all of us. Keep that good work up. As I mentioned earlier, I commit and I assure you that HIV prevention will be prominent in the next global AIDS strategy. I know you're all working with us to get that strategy right. To control the HIV epidemic, to end AIDS as a public health threat by 2030, as we have committed, we must shift the needle on HIV prevention. 1.7 million new infections last year is unacceptable, and we can't change that. AIDS remains a global crisis. It is fueled by inequalities. It is these inequalities and injustices that are behind every new infection. We cannot afford for these inequalities to continue and to widen further because of COVID. We must fight to close the gaps. We must continue to fight to break down the barriers which prevent people from accessing the best that science has to offer. No, be sure, honorable ministers, that us at UNAIDS and our colleagues and partners at UNFPA, we stand with you in this journey. I thank you so much for this rich discussion we've had. Back to you, Mahesh.
Thank you very much, Winnie. With those closing remarks from the Honorable Minister of Health of Ethiopia and the Executive Director of UNAIDS, we would like to thank you all for participating. My apologies, sincere apologies once again for the technical glitches that you all faced, but I'm glad that we could hear everyone in time and in the end. Thank you very much. Have a good day, and we hope to have your support as we roll out the next phase of the Global Prevention Coalition. Thank you very much. Goodbye, everyone. Bye-bye. Thank you all very much. I am deeply thankful that you all bore with us through this difficult time. Thank you. We'll try and make the next session easier.